I think I have to figure out the right mic and then I'll be ready. Sorry for kind of a late start, but it is an early stream for me. So Emily's right. Hello? Is this better? Hopefully. But yeah, this is the 2025 Alma Mater University Chess Tournament, which is really exciting event. There's 18 universities competing from all around the world, all in Italy, which is really cool. Not a lot of universities get this sort of opportunity. I'm mainly familiar with the schools from the US, which I believe there are two. I'm sure you've heard of them. They're Harvard and Yale. Not bad. And then there's a lot of other universities that I've never really heard of. Apologies to my international audience. But it is what it is. And yeah, I mean, we've got games already starting. We've got plenty of moves here, and I'm trying to watch this top board. But I don't even know if the camera is showing the game that we're looking at. Maybe. That might be it. Yeah, that looks like that's it. So that's pretty cool. But there's like a whole playing hall. This is at a library at university in Italy. And it's a beautiful venue. It's so pretty. And we actually have our Italian commentators on site. Hi, Eskia. Hello. How are you? Welcome in. But yeah, I like set all of this up pretty much last night and a lot of this morning, and it is really early for me. So I'm grateful that I no longer live in Los Angeles. For a few reasons. I mean, Los Angeles is great, but it is 5:45 in the morning there right now. And if you follow me on Instagram, maybe you saw my story yesterday asking if there were any European commentators willing to cover some CCL matches. Well, this tournament is the reason why. I don't know why I didn't know earlier, but tomorrow's round will be at 3 a.m. my time, which is 1 a.m. Pacific time, or 4 a.m. Eastern time. So not ideal conditions for an American commentator such as myself. So that's where we have to ask for a couple friends to help. And I have some great news. Some help we did receive. So the show will go on. You can expect some commentary, some great commentary, might I add, from some of our European friends. Anyways, I'm actually looking at this game, and so is the Italian commentary. Any Italian speakers in the chat? What's up, Jack? What's up, Jesse? They left. Let me see if I can pull up actually another view of the playing hall for all of you to see. You guys might like this. Hold on. So yeah, it's a beautiful venue. It's like the school's library, which just looks like the most historic library ever. But it's probably just the average European library. And it's like probably a century old. Wait, I meant a millennium old. Probably it's older than that. I don't know. Probably you guys would know. Anyways, I don't know. Um, but yeah, old people playing Eskia. I'm pretty sure these are all university players. Actually, I should learn more about this event. Let's see. If you're in the Collegiate Chess League channel chat, although it is a shared chat, you should be able to use command Alma. Actually, maybe in either chat you can use !Alma. So this events page has all of the games if you'd like to look through them. And it should also have more information on the events in general, actually. So let me see if I can figure out who all is playing and where these players are even from. Looks like I'm definitely gonna butcher some of these schools' names, so my apologies in advance. But it looks like the host school, Alma Mater Studorium Università di Bologna, if I'm saying that right. In America, we would say Bologna, which, if I think about it too much, doesn't make any sense. But it's a lunch meat, probably from that region in Italy. Maybe. I don't know. I think the less I say, the better, which is pretty rough if you're a commentator. But yeah, I can't even see the players' full names. I can just see that they're from Italy. Tommaso Marzocchi, a 2197 FIDE master, versus Giuseppe Daria, who's 21, or no, he's 1946. So white is definitely for choice. FIDE master versus a 1900. And looks like white's definitely cooking. Time control is 45 minutes with 10-second increment. One of the Maya Italians. They played in Maya? You know the player? Let me see. I see a Mario. Where are my Americans at, really? Oh, I see some Swedes. Some French, some English. Okay, here we go, actually. This game, Christopher Shen. I know this guy. 2300 FIDE master. We might be biased and follow Chris. And he's playing against Jake Wong, 1900. So for those of you that don't know Chris is the leader of the Harvard team. He's their team captain. So we've got the US of A represented. There's Trinity College from Ireland. I'm sure there are some schools from Germany and probably France. There's University College of Dublin, which I know is also in Ireland. There's Cambridge and there's Oxford. So that's the UK representation. So we've got a couple, rival schools, right? You got 2 schools from Ireland, 2 schools from England, 2 schools from America. And it's not just like any 2 schools from England or any 2 schools from America. It's like the creme de la creme, it's like the top These are like some prestigious schools. I don't know if I could name better schools from America or from England. This is the tippy top. What's up, Alma? What's up, Megan? Welcome in. Court starting at 9. Good luck, Jesse. That sounds very exciting and important. So, good luck. Also, I don't know if I said hello to Jack Loud, but hello. And how goes it? Hope you're doing well. But yeah, I'm pretty surprised to see just how quickly I think these players are competing for this time control. I feel like so many games have so many moves already played because 45 minutes, it's like a longer time control if you're used to playing online speed chess, but it is like a lot faster than a usual, 90 plus 30, or like some classical games you have 2 hours per side. So I think also first round jitters could be getting to some of these students. Maybe their first time competing internationally. Maybe not. These are all very strong players for sure. And I feel like probably for the Europeans, they're far more used to competing in other countries, unlike me. Although I have played one Blitz tournament in Mexico, or maybe not one technically. But fun fact about that tournament is that none other than Magnus Carlsen was playing in that. So I can technically say I played in a FIDE tournament with Magnus Carlsen. We didn't get paired. And if we were to get paired, it would have been in the first round. But I was not the right rating for that. And I didn't win enough to get paired with him in a later round. So those would really be my only 2 chances. But that's okay. Maybe another time. But yeah, I've got a couple of Europeans, or I should say Irish. I mean, they're pretty much all European except Harvard and Yale. And maybe I should be showing the general playing hall camera as opposed to just this top board. Hello, Bob. Welcome in. But okay, I think this was the top original board that we were looking at. This is going to be a demolition, I suspect, of the 1900 from the FIDE master. The FIDE master Tommaso deciding not to castle, and it's paying wonders. Let's start from the top here. Let's see what even happened. This is an open Sicilian. And we see the knight getting into b5. And now to d5, attacking the pinned knight. We see a trade. Notice the bishop trades for the knight, and the knight remains on top. Castle, the knight reroutes. a4, rook takes. Pressure here. I feel like ideally the bishop would like to put some pressure on this knight. This knight maybe will have to drop back, but then you'll drop this. So we see the fianchetto of the bishop, and now h4, h5. This is just an all-out attack on the king side. Now the knight drops back, trying to trade. We take on g6. We open the h file, and now all we need to do is just keep developing. Bishop to c4. When you push that f pawn, this king is quickly looking like he's going to be feeling the heat. In fact, bishop to c4 threatens checkmate in 2 different ways. Can you believe that? This is only move 17. Hi, Chelato. Hikaru could go back to school. and compete in the collegiate chess league, which would be really funny and cool. Um, but yeah, player with white pieces here thinking. You could see them hunching over the board, trying to get an aerial view from the top. That's how you know this is a true online player. I'm just kidding. This is pretty common stance. Um, anyways, bishop e6. That's a good point. Shocking the audience just to qualify for the candidates. That'd be pretty cool. I would probably play Hikaru. I've never lost to him before over the board, but I have lost to him online. We've played one game that I remember. And I played the fried liver. I mean, he didn't let me sacrifice my knight, but I did win a pawn out of the opening. uh, so that was cool. Anyways, he quickly beat me after that, and I demand a rematch. Just kidding. I've played Hikaru once. I've played Danya once, and similarly got crushed. Danya was also trash talking me as he was playing. I think some of his words verbatim were about shoving a pawn down my throat, and that pawn eventually got promoted, much to my demise. But that's okay. These things happen. But okay. I'm trying to set up another scene. So that I can basically zoom the camera out. And you guys can see more of the playing hall. It's not my best work, but that's okay. Yeah, that was not what I meant to do. Hmm. All right. We've got these cool slide animations, these scene transitions. This production quality is through the roof. But if you want to see the real main broadcast, you can actually go to, I think it's Chesscom IT, which is our Italian channel. But it might not be as well understood if you don't speak Italian. So just a warning, a heads up. Um, but yeah, Tommaso spent a long think here, not playing bishop c4, but connecting the knights, knight from c to e3. Zach Ainsley with the prime, huge. Good afternoon. What's up? Good morning. Good to see you, Zach. Shout out to Zach. If you guys are interested in chess and fitness, Zach is your guy. Absolute legend. Zach's been getting back into the grind. Actually, Zach, I just thought of something. You play RuneScape, right? Just random idea. But I think Zach is from the UK, which is, I think, the origin of RuneScape. Megan's already laughing at me. You're chopping trees. Let's go, dude. Okay. I think I might have to reach out to you for something secret or yet not publicly announced. So people might suspect there's something in the works. Also, you can see the sun is rising now. The sun has finally arrived. I'm gonna have to close this shade real quick. Hold on. Maybe I'll give you guys the playing hall view, you know? I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. I've returned with less sun in my eyes. I almost needed to put on some shades. But yeah, you could see there are players walking around looking at each other's games, their teammates' games. This is a 5-round Swiss team event. It's 4 versus 4, to my knowledge. It should be, at least. If it's not, I'd be surprised. There's a lot of schools with only 4 players. There's a few schools that have more than that, probably as substitute players. Maybe they'll be playing in other rounds. More almonds, no friction? No, it's the same amount of almonds. But that's okay. We don't have an almond shortage, at least. But yeah, this position is going to continue improving for white, move after move. Bishop to d7, attacking the rook. As they always say, rook on the rim is grim. I think they say that. Maybe they don't say that. I don't know. But I don't even know if the rook is gonna move. The rook might not move. The rook might be used as bait to play a move like bishop to c4, which we had looked at previously, threatening checkmate instantly in 1 or 2 moves. Misinformation on the internet on purpose? Me? I would never do such a thing. Oh my goodness, you guys, the sun is back. All of that work. The sun will keep pestering me. This is why I'm a nighttime streamer. What is this giant ball of light in the sky? During the day? The daytime? Unbelievable. Unacceptable. This is ridiculous. Should I just close my blinds entirely? Maybe I should just do that. You can see I don't have a setup designed for the daytime streams. This is new territory for me. Anyways, it's a good experience, you know, seeing the sun. It proves that I'm not a vampire. Hopefully you guys will believe that. I don't know. Anyways, we have a few moves actually. So the bishop moving unprotected the a pawn, and so white just says, "Give me that. Don't mind if I do." So we trade off a pair, and now black can take on e4, but I don't know if they wanted to do that necessarily, but they have. Now this pawn is isolated. The rook opens up, but let's see what white does. We've been looking at this for quite some time now. That being said, bishop e6 could be the response. Oh my goodness, you guys. Bishop c4, bishop e6, then there's this amazing queen to g4. Oh no, my queen. All right, let me actually close this blind. Just for the time being, for now. When the sun gets past a certain point, we can bring back the light. It's just too bright right now. Okay. Bishop c4, sneaky threat, right? Not so subtle. Knight takes knight, or the flashy knight to f6. Either way, discovered double checkmate. The dangers of not having either h or f pawns. Usually your king is sheltered by the pawns once castled. This king, he doesn't know the meaning of the word shelter. He's exposed on all fronts, diagonally, vertically. Next, he's going to get checked from the side. Curveball. Just kidding. Okay, queen g4, moment of truth. Does white find it? That would be quite the move. It is the top move, the best move. The next best would be queen to b3, which also makes a lot of sense. We're threatening knight takes knight with check, and then bishop takes bishop for free. Hello, Costa. How's it going? Queen g4 is a filthy move. After Queen g4, we're just threatening to take the bishop, and that is a Botez gambit for the win. Bishop takes leads to checkmate in one move, 2 different ways. So I am curious to see. This game probably not going to change its course. Yeah, this school is very pretty, no friction. Okay, Queen g4 played. FIDE master, just gonna do some master stuff. And yeah, the 1900, I mean, by the way, this is much higher rated than me in FIDE. I'm assuming it's FIDE. I'm only like 1740, so this guy's 200 FIDE higher than me. And he's getting dunked on in round 1 here. So, yeah. And then the FIDE master just gets up, walks away, and says, what you gonna do, you know? So that's pretty cool. That's gotta feel good. What is the best move here? It's king f7. Which, I don't know about you guys, but that's kind of a rough move to make. King f7. And then just simply queen takes e4. So, fancy move to get this e-pawn. The doubled e-pawn. But I was wondering bishop to f7. And now it actually likes putting the queen on the h file. Why h3? Why not h4? This also looks really, really good. You're threatening main 1 or a smother with the knight and winning the queen. They would have to take at this point, and then you just take with a knight, not even with check, but again, just threatening the discovered double checkmate. So yeah, white has everything going for them. Everything they could have ever wanted in a chess game. You've got discovered double checkmate, 2 different ways. You've got queen sacrifice, Botez gambit. You've got smother mate ideas, mating on the H file, mating with the knight. Anyways, king f7 was played just now. And so the best move is to take on e4, but you could also just trade down and simplify. There's knight takes, queen takes, and then you could still take on e4 if you wanted to. Probably you should, because if you trade the queens and the bishops, then the king will take on e6, and the center pawns can become annoying. It would be 4 pawns versus 4 pawns, knight versus bishop, and 2 rooks remaining on the board. So unclear, uncertain. But if you take this pawn, you're at least up a pawn, which is better than not being up a pawn in most cases. Yeah, no, GMs would destroy these guys, so you're totally right. There's layers to this. Yeah, and then there's the super GMs that destroy the regular GMs. And then there's Magnus Carlsen, the greatest to ever do it. Because he will make super GMs look like normal GMs. which is a level that not even Gotham chess can achieve. Levy just catching strays. I'm sorry. But yeah, and then Levy would destroy all of us. Blindfolded. With like, I don't know. He'd literally be memeing on us. We'd get put into a YouTube video so fast. We wouldn't even get the notification for it. Anyways, I've met Gotham a few times, even before his fame. I met him in 2019 initially, the first time. Um, that was at the Pro Chess League finals in San Francisco. I've met Esquia this year, no less. What a year it's been. Although I missed out on Maya, that's for sure. Um, that's okay. It's a good thing I didn't go because that allowed me to commentate for Hannah Sace in round one and Asmoata. That's why it's a good thing I'm not in Italy right now at this venue, so I could be here at 8 a.m. on a Friday watching them through a camera from the safety of my own home. No, I would love to go to Italy. I heard that they have good pasta and pizza, which is pretty cool considering pizza was invented in New York. I'm just kidding. I don't listen to me, guys. I'm a troll. Do I get up this early always? Honestly, I am usually up around this time, but I'm not up vertically. I'm only up consciously, if that makes sense. I'm in my bed. This is when I'm looking at my phone. You know, it's part of the daily wake up routine. I need a couple hours to stare at my phone before I can actually get out of bed and do anything. Usually to, you know, use the restroom and maybe get some food. And I feel at this point I'm probably oversharing. So, yeah, there's a lot of reasons why I don't stream in the morning. This is not me at my best. Anyways, okay. Honestly, there's like these crazy ideas and some lines where you're actually sacking the queen, and it doesn't quite work out, unfortunately. But that would be cool if it did, but it doesn't. So I'm sure the guy's looking at it. I mean, you have to consider the Flash. We're all a fan of queen sacrifices, even sometimes if they're unnecessary. Some would deem them to be necessary, but it doesn't quite work. I'm looking at knight discoveries. Maybe like take knight here, but just like king here. That's why I was thinking knight here, but then there's king here. And then there's this, but then there's king here. And then I'm really out of ideas. So yeah. He's running away. So that's why we just take a pawn and we count our blessings. That is what he played actually. Okay. Should I be looking at other games? I don't know. Perhaps. I want to see if I can show the main playing hall again. This is a wider angle. Their lighting is they got all these lamps on each table. So I guess they must have like reserved the library for this. Unless it's open still to the public, maybe people can go in. Imagine you're a university student and you're like, all right, time to go study. And you walk into the library and it's just there's a chess tournament going on. Makes sense. It's probably a quiet place. Okay. Knight to f5 is this the latest and greatest move here. Okay, so now we can actually play knight f4. I was thinking knight takes, pawn takes, and I really want to try to take advantage of the king and bishop lined up on the same diagonal. I'm going to try something like queen takes pawn with check, but the bishop's not pinned because the knight's still here. Moving the knight, though, is very strong because this pawn is pinned to the bishop. Our bishop opens up on the diagonal. And then we are threatening to take and take twice and then win the bishop. Now, if they trade bishops first, I guess we're taking the bishop with check, would be my guess. Hi, Action Chess. You're vertical physically, but not consciously. Yeah, it's, I guess, the opposite problem that I have on most days. Anyways, I think I should be looking at some of the other games. Let's see if I can find some of the other players and give some shout outs. Looks like we've got a woman FIDE master here with the black pieces doing quite well against a 1700 from the Netherlands. Where are my duchies at? And okay, Paula is from Moldova. Let me see if I can figure out what schools they go to. Where's the Lars? Is it Nahab? Noba? Where's this Dutch school? There's a French school from Paris. Um, who am I looking for? Either Paula or Lars. Maybe there's like a pairings table. Lars Nauber. Okay. He didn't get his full name listed. This is from Eindhoven, University of Technology. This is the team captain. So yeah, typically it's board 1 versus board 1. It's not all the time though that the top board is the team captain as well, but that seems to be the case for Eindhoven. But I'm not finding Paula. Oh, here's Paula from Maastricht University, which also is the Netherlands. Wow. These are two Dutch schools playing against each other. So that's pretty cool. I hope I didn't lose Eskia already, but that's okay. That happens. Yeah, I'm not seeing not seeing the pairing. Let's see. That's okay. Do we really need to know? Okay, let's check in with our boy Chris. Wait, first off, there's another titled player here, Alexander Nord from Sweden. So where is Nord, Mr. Nord from? Where's the Swedish school? Ah, it's from Lund University. Sweden mentioned. Yeah, these are a couple of Swedes. We've got Anders Johnson versus Lars. Oh, we've got another Lars Eindhoven. No. Yeah, I think they have a couple name issues. They repeat Lars Nober's name a lot. So for example, Lars Nober is playing against Anders Johnson here with the white pieces. However, Lars Nober also just lost with the black pieces to a checkmate from Carl Parker. So we've already got some results. Lars Nober also lost here with the white pieces against Uno Remitz. Remitz? Anyways, Lars having a rough day. He's having to simul people. He's losing with both white and black. But he's still playing against Anders Johnson. So Lars has a fighting chance still. A lot of, yeah, these European names, there's just so many people with the same name. No, I think it's clearly an issue with the organizers putting in the name. Here's Lars again. Lars is playing against Clement Deschays. I'm definitely butchering these names, but that's okay. But yes, this is a French player, Clement. Okay, this position looks like it's over very soon. Let's see. Let's see what went wrong here. So both sides, castle, king side. Black playing in the center. Capture, capture. Yeah, look at this this poor bishop. Shut out. And look at this beautiful knight. F3, queen check, king here. We're just barely hanging in there. This is pinned now. Knight here takes, and pawn takes. I mean, this is gonna be. You could sack your queen, even. Wait, no. You would sack the rook. You would start with the rook. You wouldn't be fancy here. But okay, bishop e3. Queen hits that. Renewed threat as well. This could have been played right now, but it only would have been the second best move to the best move, which Madian? Madian? It's not Madian, is it? Sure. Anyways, queen c7, best move instead, attacking the knight. And yeah, this is going to be a demolition. But yeah, we already have a couple results. So we could see how this one finished. This looks like a gnarly checkmate. So we've got an Italian. That's what I would do in Italy. I would do it anywhere, to be honest. I would play an Italian. Okay. But yeah, 2 knights defense from black. Castle king side for both sides. Ooh, does not like that move. Bishop takes, and what's the problem here? Yeah, what is the problem? Here for yeah, what? Cantana, thank you for the raid. Thank you for the follow. Hello and welcome. How's it going, everyone? Shout out to Cantana Chess. What's up, Paladin? Good to see you. Hello, Smile. Welcome in. To everyone joining us, my name's Joe. I am commentating for the Alma Mater University Chess Tournament, which is happening live in Italy right now as we speak. You can see the playing hall. It's the school's library. And there's Esquia. Esquia, I was talking about the Dutch people because there are Dutch schools competing and Dutch players competing for the Dutch schools, which is pretty cool because it's Dutch. That goes without saying. Anyways, there we can see a photographer. They might be getting our photo, chat. Everyone smile. Oh wait, they're photographing the players. That was my bad. I'm sorry. I thought that was for us. That was not for us. What's up, Rob? Good to see you. That's a great smile, Megan. Oh, the smile got turned upside down into a frown, unfortunately. That's okay. We'll get your photo later. At the end, we'll have a big group photo. But okay, no, but this move intrigues me though. Why not? What happens after eat? Oh, yeah. Why wouldn't you go here? That's my question. This bishop is just hanging. Oh, they're threatening mate, but that yeah, the knight gets taken, and now that's hanging, and now that gets saved, and now that doesn't get saved. Oh man, this is a rough game for presumably this guy, who honestly may or may not be who they are. But oh my god, everything's dropping like flies. Oh my god. Somebody stop the match. What is happening? Oh no. Check, 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 check. And wait, but they missed mate in 1. Dang. They just wanted to do that to him. Anyways. So that's one result. Okay, top board. They finally finished. Let me see if I can yeah. Look at that. They've vacated the top board as the game has concluded. Let's see how this one finished. So last we saw king f7, queen takes e4, and knight to f5. Best move was played knight to f4. Bishop takes, queen takes with check, king steps up, queen check, king here, queen check again, sacrificing the knight, and then checkmate in 1, queen to g4. So the king walked his way up to his impending doom on f4. So yeah, strong start for Tommaso. FIDE master on board 1 for their school, which is Alma Mater, Studorium, Università di Bologna. That is the home team. So strong start there for the host university. Let's see their board 2 maybe. Who's their board 2? This is Gaetano Signorelli with the black pieces, also looking pretty good against Mario. Who are they playing against? What school is this? Mario Lamargna from Università degli Studi di Napoli Federico II. Mario's their team captain. Whoa, they have a professor on the team? That might be who the other player is back there. I guess they have professors too, which is pretty cool. Diabolus, thanks for the follow. Welcome in. Let me see if I can pull up the professor's game. Imagine playing against a professor. Getting all the angles. I don't see the professor playing. Maybe the professor's not playing this round, actually. So, there goes my theory that that's who is playing. Okay, there's actually an international master here from Germany. Dr. Seal? That's a great name. Dr. Christian Seal. Playing against Chiel Koster. It's probably like more, I don't know, more Dutch sounding than what I'm saying. But yeah, it's still an even position. 15 minutes left for both sides. All right, what's the German school? Let's see. Where's Dr. Christian Seal? Oh, there's a school, I think, from Japan. Keio University? Kaio? I don't know. I think there's also a school from Turkey. Oh, there's another international master. Yeah, 2400 versus an 1890, and honestly, position's not too bad. This is not a great bishop, and you're down an exchange. Lots of Turkish people, lots of Dutch people, maybe even some Turkish Dutch people, or maybe some Dutch Turkish people. I don't know. That'd be crazy. That'd be really cool. But okay, this is the UK versus the UK. This is probably Oxford versus Cambridge. Probably. Now let me confirm. Let's see. Daniel versus Ranesh. Yeah, Ranesh is the team captain from Cambridge, playing against Daniel Gallagher from Oxford. So this is Connor Clark. This is the team captain from Oxford, playing against Sasha Brozel from Cambridge. So this is a big match. These two universities have known of each other for longer than probably most US schools have been alive. So, if we thought our rivalries were pretty good, these guys, yeah, I don't know. Oxford and Cambridge. The schools that probably inspired Hogwarts, maybe. I don't know. They're both Hogwarts to me, basically. This is Hogwarts versus Hogwarts. I'm just kidding. Where is Zach Ainsley still in the chat? Am I upsetting all of our British audience of one? Probably not. It's okay. All right. Tolkien was a professor at Oxford. That's true. So we're rooting for Oxford. Apologies in advance to Ranesh, the captain of Cambridge, the Cambridge captain. But yeah, no, this game is pretty close. 2143 candidate master versus a 2090. And then Sasha Brazel versus Connor Clark, a 2100 versus a 2070. It's a close matchup. You've got Aaron Saunders from Oxford up against Federico Albini, which is not a Cambridge student, actually. So explain that one to me. Maybe it's not a team. Maybe it's not 4 versus 4. Maybe it's just like a different team Swiss. Or maybe I'm mistaken. Which is very likely, by the way. Where's Federico from? Maybe they are from the right school and they're just not listed. It's possible. But okay. I'm kind of curious about the Japanese school. Oh, we've got Ireland versus Ireland here. I think we might have already looked at this. Luke versus Dana. These got to be like some Dublin schools, right? Yeah. Luke Hodkinson is from University College Dublin. And I'm going to guess the other one is Trinity College, also from Dublin. Yeah, Dana Ferguson. So they're both from Dublin, just different schools. I visited Dublin twice and I saw Trinity College. They have a cool library, kind of like this. But it's going under restoration. It doesn't seem like it's an active library. It's more like a museum almost, I feel like. Okay, let's look at their teammates here. This game looks like it's wrapping up soon. This is Ivan Mooney versus Eoin Farley, if I'm saying that right. Probably not, but Farley is the team captain from Trinity College, and Ivan Mooney is not, but they are from University College Dublin. And yeah, black is just up 2 pawns, so should be pretty simple conversion there in the rook and pawn endgame. All right, let's look at this game here. We've got a big eval swing. So Adolfo versus Nicholas. Nicholas from the US. This is a Yale student. Shout out to the Bulldogs. And I'm going to guess Adolfo's from Harvard, which they are. Oh, and they're representing Mexico as their flag. And yeah, Adolfo's doing great. So Harvard versus Yale. Big rivals here. And looks like this pawn is going to be hard to defend. And this is a very good pawn structure for white. A much larger space advantage for sure. This is going to be kind of a slow and painful loss for black. And you can also see on the clocks, 5 minutes to 20 minutes. Less than 5 minutes even. So Yeah, that's good news for Harvard. Any Harvard fans in the chat? Chris, meanwhile, the captain for Harvard, still making moves, still looks relatively even, but Chris is the heavy favorite in this matchup. So Jake Wong from Yale doing a good job keeping things close, maybe even going to cause an upset. Now, let's look at Yashun. I'm wondering if this is yeah, from Japan. Some Japanese representation here. No flag. They're playing against Richard Kapner. So where is Richard Kapner from? Let's see who. This is Keio University. Let's see. Let's see if I can find Richard. Richard looks like they got the French flag. Maybe they're from Paris. Because there is one school from Paris. Ah, and they are. University Paris 1 Pantheon Sorbonne. I'm sure there's a lot of schools in Paris, but this is one of them. So Paris is playing against Japan. And yeah, White's completely crushing this. There's only one move. Knight takes f6. And hopefully Yashun is calculating it. They're on the clock. 9 minutes. Let's see how this game unfolded. We have a Caro Khan. Castles kingside for both. Trade of both bishops. C5. Knight in the center. Yeah, looking really good control for white. Rook lift. Rook double with the queen, threatening checkmate in 1. And yeah, so b4 was a blunder. Just a big mistake, really. This pawn losing protection. I guess the knight maybe wants to come here. But yeah, what needed to be played was something like saying rook f8, just overprotecting the f pawn. It also likes h6 preemptively. Now you play h6 and there's no defending. Yeah, knight takes f6, double exclam. Knight sacrifice might be the first brilliant played maybe in this tournament. I haven't seen all of the games or all of the moves, but this is the first brilliant that we're seeing here on stream. And yeah, this is just extremely strong. G takes f6, and then there's going to be queen takes f6 with check. Maybe the rook then can come in. Devastating stuff here. So really strong knight sacrifice from white, and this is going to be bad news for the Parisian Richard from France. Okay, let's find some other games, shall we? Knight f6, double exclam. All right, let's look at this is a top matchup here. 2300 versus 2100, and the 2100 is a minute and a half, but the position is reading as equal. So what's going on here? Rook check from Mateo versus Joshua. Joshuadi? I don't know. Okay, so black. They're combining forces against the A pawn. However, white says, I can do that too. and attack your pawn. But I'm curious, is there king to f7 saying I will defend my pawn and you will not defend your pawn? So what was the problem with king f7, knight g5, king up, knight e4 check? Ah, so what about this? Rook f4. Yeah, I don't know. I would have considered that as black for sure. But no. We just see that pawn traded for this pawn. Black said, I want that outside pass pawn. You can take the G pawn. White gets an outside passed H pawn, but black gets an outside passed A pawn that's also connected to another pawn. So it's 2 pawns versus 3 pawns. But a lot of times these endgames, it doesn't matter about the quantity of the pawns, but the quality of the pawns. And black is saying my pawn quality is better than your pawn quality. I have 1 pawn chain of 2 pawns. You have 3 pawn islands, all separated and isolated. And this white king is far from the promoting square of black on a1, whereas this black king is relatively close to the promotion square of white's h-pawn. So maybe this king can stir up some trouble and cause some confusion amongst the white pieces. And maybe this pawn has a clearer path, although both of black's pieces are currently blocking the a pawn. But yeah, white has all the time. Black has 1 minute. So that's a tough spot to be in. It's hard to make good moves in low time. So Josh, if I can call him that, plays rook to g7. Checking the king. The king is forced to move and decides upon d6. So just going towards their own promoting square and staying away from white's squares. Or maybe it's really staying away from this knight. So not giving any free moves, keeping the knight on the edge of the board. Meanwhile, this pawn is hanging, so that pawn quantity might just become equality. And yeah, we do have more rounds later. This is a 5-round Swiss. There will be a round later today, round 2. And then round 3, you should expect someone commentating besides me, as I am choosing not to commentate at 3 in the morning, much to the dismay of many, much to the rejoice of even more, presumably. Anyways, the pawns are off to the races here. White pawn going all the way to h5. It is over the halfway point to becoming a queen. So black is behind in the race currently. So everyone buckle up, because these pawns are racing. They're going at the speed of 1 square per move, which is the limit. They're going the speed limit exactly. They can't go any faster. They reached maximum speed. All right, the B pawn is pushing, and the computer does not like it. What was needed here from black? Black, again, less than a minute on the clock. They needed rook a4, apparently. It wants the rook behind the pawn, I guess. What else did it like? It likes the move knight to d5. Anyways, whoops, I didn't mean to do that. Okay, so h6 now played. And now if you play b3, here's the difference, really, is that this white rook can get behind our passed pawn, whereas we can no longer get our rook behind their passed pawn. easily at least. So b3 is played. Rook b7 is a good move, but it likes knight to f6 even better, just getting out of the way of that pawn. Rook b7 was played, and now the computer says that this was a mistake because black has this move knight to e2, which can aid in protecting the promotion square. But black, with not a lot of time, 19 seconds left, plays a4, which isn't good because now this knight can move to wherever, except for g5, apparently. I don't know. Oh my god. 21 minutes. I mean, it makes sense the guy's pressing the clock, but apparently this allows for the move rook to e1. The only move for black. Oh, and they didn't find it. They played here. Now there's an only move for white, which is rook to b8. And I figured you could play like knight b5. And I thought that was the idea. You might... What if he goes here? I don't know. What happens if rook b4? Do we have like knight d5 there? Oh. What just happened? Oh my god. This game just got absolutely nuked. Yeah, looks like there was a chance for a perpetual there, but white plays on, wisely so. Because they are higher rated, FIDE Master, and also much higher on time. What am I missing? The DGT is like all the moves are coming in all at once. What's happening here? Oh, hold on. That whole game we watched was a sideline, apparently. It was actually bishop takes e5. What am I witnessing? Okay. Is this the same thing? I don't get it. Yeah, rook b8 played, knight b5 played, and now h7. Uh-oh. Ladies and gentlemen, black is about to meet their end. Rook to g1 check, desperation, queening with check, but it's not gonna be enough, I suspect, because this king is too exposed, and you're down a rook, not to mention. So, not looking great for black. Looking pretty good, though, for white. So, white is in check, deciding between h2 or g2. I mean, g2, I think, is probably the more natural move, but you're a bit more exposed. So, king h2 is played, queen f5, threatening some stuff. But now, it is white's turn. And you can immediately trade queens if you want, which is probably pretty good. But probably even better is just queen e8 check, which is played. Because you don't want to trade queens. You want to deliver checkmate. And also, you could probably win this knight. So that's a skewer. King steps up. Queen check. And now you might get some sort of ladder. Or you could just take this. Yeah. Here and now you can mob. I mean, this is just winning the queen, actually. So this was pretty strong. And if here, I don't know, you're getting beat up. Anyways, I think this is a resignation there. So yeah, strong game from white. The FIDE master getting the win. Let's see. This game is about to wrap up, it seems. Mario with the white pieces, I guess, is in rough shape. There's this passed B pawn, a king exposed on the back rank. Either rook can come in at any moment. Yeah, and that's what we see. Rook here, pinning. The bishop is protected once, but yeah, I'm wondering what the move is gonna be here. What's the knockout, basically? Okay, rook f1 is played. And now it likes rook to a2. Oh, that's really not, that's gnarly. And it's been played too. That's brutal. This bishop is so strong. Now if you try to block this, you're getting checked here. Then you're getting mated. Brutal. You have to sack the exchange now. So very nice conversion here. Ooh. Ooh. Ouch. Mario. Not even his brother Luigi can help him. All right, I'm sorry. That was unnecessary. Anyways, it's forced mate. King h1, only legal move. And then what, actually? I guess white could still sack and exchange at some point, but what to do? It wants rook h3. Oh my god, that's brutal. Rook h3 is brutal. All right, we have resignation at that point. So we don't even get to see if rook h3 was played. He didn't even want it. Really cool dude. I am a big fan of Luigi in general. All right, looks like the other board here is wrapping up. They're putting the pieces back, preparing for round 2. Not that many games remaining. Let's see. We've got another Tommaso Bergamasco. I mean, what a beautiful name. Versus Cosimo Tavoletti. Not sure where they are in the playing hall. Let's see if we can get a better view. Still a handful of players competing. This is like a blitz game now. 3 minutes for both players. Queen playing a little tickle, hitting the rook, hitting the pawn. Does white want to double up and drop this pawn? Well, this rook is defending as well. We can remove this defender. So yeah, white's going, they're investing on the king side attack. However, it could cost them dearly because this pawn is no longer defended and black should have sufficient defenses. I don't see how we can break through just yet. Maybe there is something here, but it's a gamble. And black should take on c3. It's the best move. The best move here was rook from g back to g1. Just holding on to everything. So white is giving up a pawn, a gambit, if you will. Does black have the courage to take on c3? Or will they mess up? Anything besides that says go ahead. Take the advantage back. It likes rook takes b1 and then queen takes c3. No. Yeah, what are you doing if you don't take on c3, right? It also likes like queen a5. Yeah, I mean bringing the queen back or something. It's kind of weak. Weak sauce, as they call it. Anyways, just take on c3. Guy gave you a free pawn. Don't be rude. Take the gifts that are given to you. Anyways, there's a handful of other games. Let's see what's going on. We've got a 2-minute versus 2-minute here. Alessio versus Ricardo. If I say the Italian names in an Italian way, I'm gonna feel like Brad Pitt from a certain Quentin Tarantino movie. Gorlami. That's me, basically. All right, this guy's got 20. Andrea Davini versus Giorgio Belli. Or Bailey? Anyways, FIDE Master. 2000 versus 1900. This is looking like it's going to be a draw. That being said, we could see a blunder. We could see a catastrophic mistake. Black's king is better positioning. This much is true, for sure. But the king is currently babysitting this f5 pawn, which is on a light square, which is basically begging to be captured by the light squared bishop. Anyways, the knight comes back, not with check, mind you. This knight wants to block this square from the king and wants to come to d3 with a check, presumably. No, just the king is stepping up. But yeah, there's always like bishop to g6, right? Low time, 13 seconds. King now comes in. I guess we could still go to d3. Or we could go to d1 with check. Black is pushing this for a win, I think, which would be an upset for sure. So that'd be cool. Which game should I stick with? Player with the black pieces got 11 minutes. Maybe we watch Alessio versus Ricardo. We've got 2 queens and 2 bishops left on the board. White's trying to stir up some trouble. Black could take this pawn, but you don't want this pawn to be passed, really. That'd be a bad pawn to leave on the board. Okay, we've still got the game from the International Master, Dr. Chiel Coaster, Dutch versus German. And putting up a great fight, resisting and against a 2400 International Master who also has the white pieces. This is quite impressive. So maybe an underrated player. Yeah, black is pushing. Queen back to c7. The international master resists the trade. This is a good knight for sure. An outpost knight. Dark squares, you'll notice, against a light squared bishop. So white, maybe slight advantage. Oh, did we just have a blunder? What are we looking at here? This is a forced mate, and now it's a threefold repetition, but I don't know if the players will, call that out. Oh, it is a draw. Wow, they drew? White is up a knight, and they drew. What do they need to do? They need to do literally anything else. Knight f6 is winning. It's the best. You could also just play h6. What was White thinking, guys? Unbelievable. His teammates probably upset at him. Jacopo? No, this was Francesco that drew. Okay. Probably the first draw of the event. Okay, both these players now in an absolute time scramble. Less than 30 seconds for Ricardo and soon for Alessio as well. And yeah, check, pawn takes, yeah, queen takes pawn, pawn push, isolating this pawn on a light square. There's a couple checks we could give. Queen decides to just centralize. Both players less than 30 seconds. This is going to be a complete draw, though. It's dead even. Let's check in again here. Oh my god. Black broke through. Yeah, last we saw knight d3. Bishop back. Knight comes in. King comes in. King here is the blunder. King takes. Pawn push. And now check. Knight here with check. Pawn push again. King takes, queen takes, and that's a fork. Black is going to bring this home. The FIDE master. It was even until the end. So let's see what was the best move here that needed to be played. It was king to e3. King takes, king f4. Hitting the knight. Okay, yeah. King e2 was the blunder. White was very low on time, so hard to resist there. Okay. Anyways, playing till the end there. Okay, maybe that just ended. Okay, not really a lot of games left. Let's see. Okay, the site sort of refreshed on me. I don't know. The clocks are not moving. So something happened. I can still see the players playing. So, yeah. Something happened, but that's okay. Oh. The moves are coming in now? Well, the clocks are moving. Ooh. We're watching, this is the Oxford versus Yale match here. Honestly, I have no idea what's going on in this game. Okay, trade of queens. Looks like Ranesh is winning. Oh, now White's winning. the site, I guess, is trying to fix the position. I don't know what was wrong with it, but is this live now? The clocks seem to be live. H4 hitting the. I mean, why not? I mean, what's going on? Holy smokes! There's like no way this is actually it, right? What am I missing, dude? Check. Knight here does what? Exactly? Like, why not take this? And why? No, this doesn't make any sense. How are you telling me this is the position? Unless they're like setting up the board again. Are they setting up the board again? There's like no way. What are these moves? It's got to be a DGT error. Anyways, it's confusing. I can't tell. All right. Let's look at a Turkish player versus Diego. Diego has less than 10 seconds and is completely losing because you're down a knight and they flagged. Presumably. Perhaps. Anyways. Where's Denise from? Where's the Turkish school? There's like no way I'm gonna be able to pronounce. I have to find it. It's like Bogazici University. C. Blackbeard? No way. Nautical fiend. Bro's a pirate. No. Yeah, their captain's name is Emirhan Emir. So the parents doubling down on the Emir name. Okay, no, but what is the computer saying is this game? Okay, Christopher Shen won his game for Harvard against Yale. Nicholas lost to Adolfo, so Harvard winning. Harvard winning 2 of their 4 boards is probably pretty good. I don't know where the other 2 boards are, but my guess is that Harvard won, as they would only need a draw. Okay, are there any other games? Ooh, we've got a brilliancy here. Okay, Aaron Saunders versus Federico Albini. This is yeah, no, that's brilliant. That is very, very nice. Very nice tactic here. Down in exchange, huh? So black is looking really good. However, this knight, let's see, this was the blunder. This was oh, that's a free rook. What the heck? And time scrambles. So now, yeah, white gets the fancy brilliancy. And I guess black just lost on time. I think Aaron Saunders is from either Oxford or Cambridge. Let's see. He's from Oxford. So nice move from the Oxford player. Let's see. We've got an international master losing to a Turkish player, a Turkish 1890. Hello, Speed Chess. Speaking of the Turkish players, although this isn't good news this is good news for Turkey. Turkey just took down an international master. This has to be the biggest upset of the whole tournament already in round 1. 1896 versus 2446. I mean, that's over 500 elo. FIDE. The Turkish are underrated. Okay, so let's see how the Turkish player played against the international master. We've got doubled F pawns for both sides, an H5 pawn push, an exchange sacrifice for a pawn, queen trade offered. So you get a pawn for an exchange, but a really strong knight. Knight comes back. The pawn gets defended. The knight comes in. But the question is, how do you win this as white? Bro is just moving his knight everywhere. Whoa. Wait, black is completely crushing. Wait. What? What? Bro, mouse slipped? OTB? Excuse me? I mean, no way. You just, even if you touch the piece, you just take the pawn, right? I mean, what are we doing? Turkey Minch. I don't know what this guy did. That doesn't seem right. Are you serious? I don't know. I don't know, bro. I don't know what's going on, man. That doesn't seem right. All right. Okay, International Master finally breaking through on move 70 something. Let's see. I mean, let's just do our due diligence. Start from the top here. So there's a 2100 from the Netherlands versus an International Master 2400 from Germany. We've got Queen and Rook doubled on the C file. We've got a random, G6 guarding the light squares, but no dark square bishop, but a queen. Queen trade declined. Trade here. Attack here. Bishop takes. Queen takes. Knight back. Rook lift. Queen in. Rook hits the queen. Queen hits the king. King steps up. Knight steps up. Hits the rook. Rook steps over. Rook hits the queen. Queen here hits the pawn and the bishop. Bishop comes back, protecting itself. This pawn defends that pawn. These pawns are trade. This rook tries to trade. Queen opposite of everything. Queen pins the knight. Queen steps out of the pen. Rook steps off the c file. Trade of one rooks. Queen steps back. Knight steps back. We lose a pawn. You get a pawn. Rook trade offered. Declined. Accepted. Queen back. Losing the a pawn. Queen back in the center. Trade of queens. And now white says, I'm going to play you knight versus bishop in the endgame. Best of luck to you. So pawn push, trade. Yeah, white's up one pawn, I guess, which is pretty important. There's a check. King steps up. Knight's rerouting. Pawn push again, and then resignation, I suppose. Hi, Geezer Chess. Good morning. How are you? Okay, the two London schools are going at it still. We have rook, pawn, and bishop versus rook, pawn, and knight, which should be a complete draw. However, black might have better piece play. This knight's doing a good job of boxing this king out. This rook is doing a good job boxing the white king out. So, who knows? There's a time scramble. 10 seconds for Daniel with the white pieces. Daniel is from Oxford, playing against the team captain, Ranesh, from Cambridge. Oxford and Cambridge do their own match, basically. I think it's called the varsity match, and I believe they've done it every year for like hundreds of years. I think it's historically the longest rivalry match in chess. I could be wrong, but I've heard this before. I'm pretty sure that it's a thing. So these college clubs are presumably pretty familiar with each other. This is looking like it's coming to a repetition, if I had to guess. Sasha Brazel and Connor Clark drew. Connor Clark is the captain of Oxford. Sasha Brazel, I think, is the board 2 from Cambridge. Aaron Saunders beat Frederico. So Aaron Saunders from Oxford. So that's good news for them. Now, I don't know. Okay, looks like Lucas won against Imogen Camp. Yeah, this game ended in a draw. Lucas is from Cambridge. So I think their match was a draw. I think they both got 2 points. I think it was 2-2. So a peaceful result between the two UK schools. And that might have been the last game of round 1. I don't see any other games. So with that being said, I might take a break here, but let me double check when the next round starts. Apparently, it's going to be 30 minutes. So I could send a raid, but maybe we'll just do a break for 30 minutes. Maybe I'll tune in and talk a little bit in between. Yeah. I'll be back in like a few minutes. I won't be gone for the whole 30 minutes. So, thanks everyone for watching. That was quite the start of the tournament. You could see the arbiters are setting up the boards again, preparing for round 2, which will resume presumably in about 30 minutes. So I will see you all then, but I'll be back a little sooner. So see you guys. Hello.
Hello.
Hi. Welcome back. How's it going? I'm still sorting the mic and everything, but yeah, we just watched round 1. We saw some crazy games, some interesting matches. A lot of international schools obviously. We saw I think Harvard beat Yale, and I think Oxford drew Cambridge, and we saw the top board from the host university at Bologna win a FIDE Master. We saw a couple international masters, some Canada Masters, some Women FIDE Masters, title players from all around. Thank you, Deshchen. Welcome. Welcome to you. And thank you for being here and for waiting patiently. And yeah, we have round 2, I think, starting in 5 minutes, maybe, hopefully. We'll see, I suppose. But yeah, let me see if I can share with you all. Maybe I don't know if I have a good scene for. Yeah, I think some of the players may be trickling in. Hmm. This might be the best view I can make. Hello. So I guess that might be a couple people coming in. But the pairings are out, so that's exciting. We should know who's playing who now. Maybe some substitute players are being subbed in, which is exciting. So some players probably playing their first game of the tournament. I see Christopher Shin is paired against Joshua. So FIDE Master versus FIDE Master. And Christopher Shen is representing Harvard. And we watched Joshua, I should say Joshua Wade. I don't know. Capoletto. Where's Josh from? From Università degli Studi di Padova, which is presumably somewhere in Italy. So yeah, Harvard versus Italy. What else do we have? There's an international master from Italy versus Alexander Nord from Sweden. To Divya. That's exciting. Shout out to Divya taking on Gukesh. Is that in the Grand Swiss, I presume? A swath of history. That's exciting. Okay, I see Ranesh now up against. Is that Chagate? I dog do. It's I think that's Cambridge, right, Ranesh? Yeah, Cambridge versus Turkey. I wonder if Esquia is still lurking. Bonjour de France. Bonjour. Welcome. I don't know. How do you say welcome in French? Is it bienvenue? Something like that? Maybe? Total shot in the dark. I mean, I think that's what they say in Spanish, maybe. Bon, I don't know. Yes, says Deshjan. Bienvenue. Wow. Look at me. So internationally cultured. Okay, we definitely see the players coming into the playing hall now. Thank you. First time a female beat the world champion in classical chess. The first time a world champion lost 4 games in a row in classical. Really, the world champions never lost in classical game to a woman. It's like surprising to me. I'm sure Judith Polgar has beaten so many world champions, at least in faster time controls. Maybe not classical. I don't know. I mean, you mean current world champions or former world champions at all? In a rapid game, yeah. Reigning. Okay. Well, we're watching the players coming in now. They know their pairings. They probably have their nerves settled a little bit from round 1 being over. So it's exciting times. There's a new match. I mean, that first matchup, they really gave us the heavy hitters. They gave us the highlight. I mean, it was Ireland versus Ireland, Oxford versus Cambridge. Yeah, Dublin versus Dublin, really more specifically. Harvard versus Yale. I mean, that round 1 really was a treat. I don't know if any of the other rounds are going to live up to that sort of rivalry matchup that we saw. We saw Netherlands versus Germany. Maybe even Netherlands versus Netherlands. Chess Dojo with a huge rate of 71. Thank you. Hello and welcome to Alma Mater University Chess Tournament 2025 Round 2. You guys are tuning in at the perfect time as the round is just beginning. You can see the players walking in, finding their seats, looking at their boards, figuring out if they're white or they're black. This is a team university event. So we are also streaming on the Collegiate Chess League. Shout out to the Chess Dojo. They've been doing a marvelous job throughout the years, spreading the game of chess and sharing their knowledge with many people. Lots of people have gained lots of rating just by following their Twitch channel. So you all should do that if you haven't already. Micha. Hello, Dos. Dos. Okay. Anyways. What is this tournament? The venue looks amazing, but the lamps aren't kind of distracting for players. Yeah, I'm not sure. It looks pretty bright from this angle, but maybe it's not so bad in person. I'm not sure. But that is the library at the University de Bologna, I want to say, in Italy. So this is a university invite only tournament. There are 18 universities from all around the world. There's 2 universities from the US, Harvard and Yale. There's universities from Turkey, from Sweden, from Germany, France, the host country, Italy, of course, as well as a university from Japan, actually, which I thought was really cool. And yeah, all throughout Europe. And it's a cool event. This is, I believe, the second year that they've done it in a row. And I think they're going to expand it in the future and maybe even have a qualifier for it. So it's really cool. There's not that many opportunities, I want to say, for university chess teams to travel and compete internationally. So these players are all very excited. We just watched round 1, and this is the beginning of round 2. This is the last round for today. It's a 45 plus 10 time control, and there will be 2 more rounds tomorrow, starting early. For me, it's going to be 3 a.m. Central Time, which is 4 a.m. Eastern, or 1 a.m. Pacific Time. In Europe, it starts in the morning. So expect me to not be commentating that 3rd round, but I should be back for round 4, and then round 5 is another early round. It'll be, I believe, 12:30 in the morning Pacific time, which is 3:30 in the morning Eastern time. And again, I probably will not be commentating that, but it will still be covered on the Collegiate Chess League channel. So if you're not following the Collegiate Chess League, make sure to do so, because I also will be commentating that in the future, coming up actually later this month, pretty quickly. Okay, all of this being said, we have moves. The round has begun. Let me actually take us to this top board. Okay, that might not actually be the top board. This might be it. So let's see. Does this look like the position? It kind of does. Yeah. Cool. So we watched Tommaso play in the first round and get a win. A very convincing win, might I add. So Tommaso from the host university, University de Bologna in Italy, off to a good start. And now has the black pieces here against a 2000 rated player from France. So Italy versus France here. What's up, Far Eastern? Good to see you. Yeah, Chess Dojo, they love commentating without the eval. It is definitely very instructive. Here we're a glutton for the eval bar. We are just drawn to it like a moth to a flame. Can't resist it. I always have to know the best engine moves and who's winning, who's losing. And ultimately, what matters are the moves on the board. So it's good to have, your own thought process. And I think it's very rare actually to have no eval for commentary. So it's a good service that Chess Dojo is providing in their commentary. But yeah, okay. Black decides to take on c4, which allows for the central pawn push e4, which white plays immediately, opening up the bishop, attacking that c4 pawn. And black immediately clings on b5, creating this pawn chain. And now e5, attacking the knight, taking advantage of the pin, and then g5, trying to attack the bishop, and now knight sacrifices on g5. We've got action here, folks, in just the opening minute of the round 2. A knight sacrifice for 2 pawns, a pin on a knight. So white's going to be getting the piece back. Knight connects, and now g3. White's going to fianchetto their bishop. Yeah, these players have probably seen this before. They've been here before. And this bishop looks to get on the long diagonal. The queen finally abandons ship and says, I don't want to be pinned no more. And so white decides it is time to take back the piece. Bishop on the long diagonal. Bishop to g2. And now I'm contemplating c5. Opening up the bishops. But no, it is not played. Queen side castles and now king side castles. Opposite side castles. This is an absolute fight on the board. Opposite side castles is an aggressive position here. Black already has an open h-file pointing at white's king. Now black decides to play c5 and says, let's trade bishops. White says, no thank you. I will politely decline. And this could be a risk. The white queen opposite of black's rook on d8. And this pawn defended by the knight, the bishop, and the queen. I'm contemplating b4. That's exactly what black plays, kicking away the knight. The knight will have to run. But where does the knight run to is the question. Do they go to a4, attacking the queen? A bare knuckles street fight. The gloves are off. Haymakers. Left and right. I mean, Tommaso has gained time with the 10-second increment. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen. Rook to b1. Who was I to think the knight had to go? The knight said, I ain't leaving. I'm staying right. The knight is holding his ground. And the rook says, if you're going to mess with my knight, you're going to have to mess with me. If pawn takes, we have a discovery on the queen, opening up the b file. And now black finally dipping below their starting time of 45 minutes. Tommaso says, okay, pump the brakes. Let me think. Can I get away with this? Can I take this knight? That is the question. So, what's being calculated? Takes. Queen gets hit by the rook. Rook wants to move. Or queen moves. Maybe we have a capture here with tempo on the knight, opening up this. Maybe there's even a sacrifice. Probably not. But no, you cannot take the knight. White also played this with much confidence. And so now we see the queen going to a6. Queen says, okay, I will leave the b file, but I will renew the attack, presumably. And so now the computer likes taking on e6. Is this still theory, is my question. How deep does the rabbit hole go? And white says, yes, I will take on e6. Attacking your knight. opening up the bishops on the long diagonal. And yeah, this is honestly a great start for white. Lower rated by over 100 elo. And up on time, in a good position here, in a very aggressive start to a game. So in this position, probably trade bishops. Taking on e6 could spell disaster after a move like f7, attacking the rook. The rook has no squares to go. So this is a very sharp position. It's very aggressive. The knights are both hanging right now. There will be pawns hanging. The bishops are staring at each other. There could be checks thrown, discoveries, tactics galore. Tactical players dream about these positions. Players that are trying to take down higher rated players, players with titles, they love these imbalances. It makes it tricky. Mistakes are bound to happen. And all of this in the span of just the starting few minutes of the round. Okay, we had a DGT hiccup there. So the bishops are traded on g2. And now there's a very interesting move. There's this move e7. Wow. e7 played instantly. So this rook is hanging. That rook is hanging with check. I mean, I'm not even going to lie to you guys. I'm still not fully appreciating, seeing, or realizing. Because if you take the rook, you lose your rook with check, but you get a pawn. And then if white takes your bishop, is the knight hanging still or no? Maybe still not hanging. Uncertain. Unclear. And yeah, there's so much time on this clock. This is the kind of pace and the kind of moves that you would see in an in-game scramble. Which side would I rather play? This is one of those positions where white looks like they're the ones having the fun. However, black might win some material and be for choice as more material gets traded. Even though it looks scary for the black king, if they survive, then they're going to emerge ahead. So it's always tricky. It's a double-edged sword, as they say. What side would I prefer? Maybe black, because if I could win a pawn, you guys, I'm a glutton for material. I think I'm basically calling white out on a bluff and saying I don't think you can play like this. We'll see. Tommaso FIDE Master, he's thinking a long time here. They're thinking about rook f8 or rook e8 or taking on f1. Wait, what happens if we go here? Takes. Yeah, I think you take here. Okay, just wants taking here. Or queen d5. It's pretty ridiculous. Even this is good though. Hmm. We'll see. Now is Tommaso's time to think. Okay, we have a lot of other games going on, of course, at the same time. So whenever there's a deep think, we can move on to the next game. So let's see. Looks like we've already got quite the imbalance here. This could be an unrated player up against somebody that knows what they're doing. 2100 with the white pieces. Jacopo versus Emily. Yeah, that's a piece trapped already. So look at this subtle move. Queen here, and notice this knight can no longer retreat. So h3, maybe not so subtle, but taking away the g4 square, and now f4 hits. So e6 was ill-timed, and we already have a piece being blundered from Emily. And down 10 minutes on the clock now. This is move 14. So unfortunate start for Emily there. Let me see if I can find Emily. Emily is actually from Harvard. So that is, I believe, they're board 4. So not what Harvard wants to see. I think Harvard beat Yale though. Although why does Yale not have who am I thinking of? I think Nicholas Cheka graduated. And I'm blanking on the other grandmaster's name, unfortunately. But they played in the CCL. Yale had 2 grandmasters. So they were a very strong team in Division 1 of the Collegiate Chess League, which is the top 8 university teams in the entire league. Harvard, it's been a while since they played in the CCL, but their first season they had Aaron Jacobson, brother of Brandon Jacobson, who also played in the CCL, but later on for Columbia. Here we have another imbalanced position. Clement from France with the black pieces playing bishop to e7, perhaps a little passive. And yeah, maybe just queen d5 looks pretty good. And it's been played. And that is what we call a fork, a double attack, threatening checkmate in one move. That's always a very powerful thing to do. It's a forcing move. How would you defend this pawn? It's a great question, right? Do you go here? No. Bishop takes. And then what? Castle? You're just going to be down a piece. So the best move here, we play queen to a5 check. We can trade. And then you get the pawn. So yeah. It wins a pawn. Queen a5 check, queen trade. Knight takes, hits the bishop. But knight takes pawn, defends the bishop. And if you get attacked, you can give a check. You could take the knight first. So white will escape up a pawn. So bishop e7 blunders a pawn from a 1900 already. So 2147. Going to be doing well here. Clement from Paris. And we got Gaetano. This is from the host university de Bologna. So looking good for them. They've been doing well. Strong start for them. But let's check in on their board ones. Back again to this position. Looks like they haven't moved yet. A deep think from Tommaso. Trying to figure out what to do here. There's a world where the bishop actually comes back to a8 of all places. I don't think Tommaso would play that, but it's an interesting idea, trying to double up on the long diagonal. That's a good one, Far Eastern. Yeah, that was an Italian opening, it looked like. But yeah, it might be a while before we see a move on that board. Okay, no, he takes the rook. Okay. Very nice. And now we shall see what white will do. White probably takes the bishop back on f1, I would presume. Meanwhile, this knight is still just staring down the pawn, just not budging. No fear. But yeah, I guess taking the rook isn't so good. Now taking the knight is good. And now black is better. And this is, I think, what I was thinking of. Right? You take this, and then you lose that. So that's why white is higher rated than I am. So we'll see. White might play queen d5 right now. It likes queen d5. Very strong idea. Or it likes just the simple king takes f1 and maintaining status quo across the rest of the board. So, yeah, Tommaso takes the rook, and now he gets up. He lets his opponent think. So that pace was going quite quickly until Tommaso's think there. Now that he's made his move, he gets up and he walks away. It's a good way to slow down the pace, I think. Yeah, taking back with the king is one of the computer's favorite moves. It also likes queen d5 a lot. Queen d5 is a cold move, but he might find it and play it. Basically, yeah, just ignoring everything and saying, I'm going to cause as much pain to you as I possibly can. And just threaten some nasty moves. It threatens mate, really. Well, yeah, if the king steps up, pawn takes, promotes to queen is still not checkmate because the king can go here, but that might as well be the end of the game. And if you block with the knight, you could still very easily win. You could take the knight and then queen. You can queen and then take the knight. Your choice. So, was queen d5 played? I think queen d5 was played, actually. Yeah. Okay, computer was saying how much it liked it. Now it's saying it's a mistake. So, it changes its mind. But yeah, he plays it and walks away. Let's get a closer look. This is not a pleasant position to be in for black anymore. What do you do? I know what you're thinking. Knight b6. Defending a8, attacking the queen, discovery. But unfortunately, discovers work both ways. If the knight moves, just taking the rook will be devastating. You can promote and have two queens. Let's take a look at the playing hall. What do they got going on over here? Everyone's thinking. I see some hands on their heads. A lot of people leaning forward. It's a beautiful thing, really. Just a chess playing hall. It's got to be a fun experience. I don't know what time is it there. So like 6 or 7 hours. Maybe they got a quick bite to eat in their 30-minute break between rounds 1 and 2. First day is always pretty hectic. They might have had like an opening ceremony as well. People traveling from all around the world. Seemingly everyone made it there safe, which is great. And the last day, the rounds start typically a little earlier so that people can get home sooner. So this is just a weekend, and I assume a lot of these schools have already started. So these students might even be doing homework as they're competing. Okay, we've got to move in response. Bishop takes e7, which was not the best move, actually. This is the second best move. It likes rook e8 the best. So that's interesting. 6 p.m. I'll buy it. Maybe 5:30. I don't know. What time is it in Italy? Okay, bishop takes, f takes, played. And now, oh, this is tough. Okay, it likes bishop to d3. But anything else is rough. Like moving the rook is rough. So we'll see if Tommaso can find it with the black pieces. Board 1 from the host university. I guess I should show his game. There he is. Both players at the board. We've seen Tommaso on this top board both times now. So he's defending his top board spot. He reaches up. He's scratching his head. Oh, he's getting closer. Ooh, he's played it. Very well done. Top move from the FIDE master. Saving the dark squared bishop. He's ready to give up both rooks, actually. Which is really like going down in exchange. He'll have a light squared bishop versus a rook. He's attacking the other rook too, by the way. It's not just saving the bishop, it's also attacking the rook. Which I say, by the way, as if I saw that earlier. I'm just now realizing it, just now noticing it. But also, I think the light square bishop is a very valuable long-term piece because white had a fianchetto, and now that the light square bishop is gone for white, those squares can become tremendously weak. What's up, Waffle Stomper? Good to see you. How have you been? Have you been stomping waffles as of late? I hope so, for your namesake. Okay, let's check in with our favorite Christopher Shen. How's Chris doing? Where is Chris? I will find you, Chris. There he is. Yeah, the FIDE Master versus the FIDE Master. So Chris with the white pieces plays c4. And black ends up with double isolated pawns. Black going after the b pawn. This is a strong diagonal. And it's saying the best move is knight to a4. Attacking the pawn, defending this pawn. Technically, it's not fully defended, but you don't want to give up a fianchetto bishop for a knight. That's definitely for sure. That's good, Waffle. So yeah, this is still a close game. Christopher's getting low on time. Spending a lot of time here. So maybe you got to pick up the pace a little bit there. Let me see if I recognize any of the other names. We've got Connor Clark, I believe, from Oxford. Yeah, the team captain. Up against Andrea Davini. This could be a move coming in. Taking here helps. Let's see. We've got Ranesh, I believe, from Cambridge. Yes, the captain. Playing against Turkey. Ooh. Got a 2400 International Master versus 1600 from Dublin. This is Germany versus Ireland. Yeah, there's actually a couple IMs in this tournament. A couple FIDE Masters. We've already watched a few. A couple Candidate Masters, Women FIDE Masters. This matchup, we have a 2400 International Master against a Candidate Master from Sweden. Italy versus Sweden here. Yeah, this game might be the first one to end. Emily blundered a piece very early on. And it's looking good for white. Dr. Seal, a Bond villain. Probably not, but maybe. Ooh. We've got a second Tommaso with a brilliancy move here. So let's see how this starts off. Bishop trading for knight. Bishop pair for white. Playing in the center. Lots of pawns supporting each other. Takes, and here we go. Knight takes on c5, taking advantage of the pin and the opening of the b file, and if it happens, the opening of the long diagonal, all in black's favor. So that's what we call a free pawn. So shout out to Snotty James. What a name. This is a student from Harvard. So yeah, Emily not doing well, and neither is Snotty. So I think Harvard's going to lose this round. Who are they playing against is my question. This is Università degli Studi di Padova in Italy. So, yeah, not the best start for the bottom two Harvard players, I would say, in this round in particular. In fact, I don't know. I didn't see, I think, the bottom two results for Harvard versus Yale. It's possible that Yale didn't lose and that it was a draw or something. Um, but okay, maybe we come back to this top board. Yeah, bishop d3 still most recent move. A good move by black. And so now white is contemplating taking the rook, giving a check, saving their rook. Lots of different ways to play from here. But luckily for them, they've built up the time for it. So they can afford the luxury of thinking, which is not something many people do, unfortunately. Especially these days. I know because that's me. Anyways. Let's check on their board twos. Let's see. Okay, neither side is castled. But white is up a pawn, which could be pretty advantageous, especially now that queens are off. Yeah, we watched this. So this wasn't an Italian, this was a Sicilian. An open Sicilian, but the knight comes back, bishop comes forward, and this is, yeah, a blunder. So queen steps up, trade queens, knight takes, and you're just comfortably up. He trades knight for bishop, which the computer did not agree with. Wow, and now d5. What's wrong with taking this? I don't know, guys. What's wrong with taking? Knight f6. Okay. Takes, knight takes. It likes f5. That makes sense, attacking the knight. The other kind of Italian. That's right. If I ever visit Italy, I'm definitely playing an Italian. And I'll probably play the Italian against the Italian. But if I couldn't play the Italian, I would play the Sicilian. Because that's also Italian. It's all Italian. But yeah. No, black maybe should have played for Joko piano. Okay. Here it looks like we've got a good position for black. Niccolo Orfini versus Richard Kapner. Yeah, knight hits the queen. Queen steps back. We are opposite the rook, which isn't the most pleasant, but we've got plenty of support here. Black doesn't really want to take because that's going to strand their d pawn, isolating it. And doesn't help black much either. It kind of invites one of white's mini pieces to join. Okay, we've watched Paula before. Looks like she's doing well against Dana Ferguson from Dublin. Pawn in the center here. Yeah, this is dangerous. Black cannot castle because of d6, a discovery against the king. There's no f pawn for black, and winning a minor piece. And white's already castled, so This is an imbalance for sure. Also, just pushing d6 already is threatening mate, by the way. So you kind of have to put some blockade on d6, I think. You can't allow this pawn to push. Unless you want to guard f7. So you've got two rooks. Ideally, you'd use one for castling, but that might be too far gone. Paula, strong player, representing Moldova, but I don't think they are from Moldova. So where do I think they're? I mean, maybe they themselves are from Moldova, but where is their school from is my question. Dana is from Trinity College, Dublin. Paula. Knight takes. Okay. Question mark, it's saying. Yeah, rook d1 looks pretty good. Rook d1, getting another piece involved into the attack. I think you could still play here. Yeah, I didn't like this move, knight takes. What did it want? It wanted bishop to d6, rook to a7. Yeah, I think I'm a fan of bishop d6. We're just putting the halt to the pawn. We don't want it moving any further. Or farther, perhaps I should say. Paula's from Maastricht in the Netherlands. So good for her. I've been to the Netherlands, one of the few places in Europe. I saw, I think there's a train that goes to Maastricht. I mean, in the Netherlands, there's a train that goes everywhere. But I did not go there, unfortunately. And the other Netherlands school in this tournament is from Eindhoven. Or wait, is that Germany? No, Eindhoven is Dutch, right? It's all the same to me. So what's the German school? The Swedish school is Lund University. Lund. So yeah, what is the German school? I guess it's what is it? Let me find the Germans. I'm safe. Okay. That's good. Where's this Dr. Seal player? International master. We already have a result. Ooh. A Botez Gambit, a quick one here. This is A Swedish player versus an Italian. Castles, castles. Knight in, threatening the rook. Queen comes back, guarding c7. Bishop gets attacked. Pawn takes, winning a pawn for white. Queen takes, trying to attack the bishop. Rook comes to the c-file. This is very scary. Rook here hitting the queen, but this is a blunder. Queen sidesteps it. That's a mistake. So what needs to be played is this move queen to a4, apparently. So, anyways. Queen steps back. Rook comes in. Bishop attacks the knight. Knight hops in. Bishop reroutes. Pawn reinforces the knight. Bishop comes back. Knight comes back. Knight comes forward. Knight comes back again. Double exclam. No, double question mark. What did it want here? Knight e to d2. Okay. Bishop takes. Knight takes. So black gets a pawn here. This is a big mistake. Trade takes. Oh yeah. Tactics, baby. Rook check, knight block, bishop takes, discovery on the queen. So yeah, very nicely done here. This is a rough move. You're lining up your queen against their queen. So there's these discovery tactics. Knight takes, and it's overloaded. Your back rank is not safe. You trade rooks first to take the knight. You think you're not getting mated, but you are losing your queen. So very nice game there from Alessandro from Italy, taking down the Swede. So where's Alessandro from? Alessandro is from Università degli Studi di Milano Bicocca. Maybe. I don't know. Bicocca? Okay, back here. Ooh. We've got a brilliancy from white. So e7, bishop takes, bishop back. And here's the mess. We've got pawn takes, making a queen, which I feel like makes a lot of sense. And now here, knight to e4. Threatening this. This still will remain a threat. This is ridiculous. It's hanging the rook entirely in one move, which is the best move, by the way. This is a rare instance where it's best to hang the rook for free, presumably. Yeah, this is a crazy game. This is actually ridiculous. I don't know if I don't know how much these players could have prepped from this game. Yeah, I mean, let's look at like what's going on here. This is really just some riveting stuff. Um, if takes here, this is a big blunder because now it takes here. So instead, we have to move the knight. And where else, really, but here. And now if takes, we have knight d6 check. You can't go here. If you go here, you're going to lose that. So bishop to f4, lining up. And now, where to? King to b6. Where else? And now there's knight c4 check, king up to b5, knight back to d6, king to b6 at once to go back. Anywhere else you go, you're asking for trouble. b3, king up, knight c4, king b5, bishop to c7. And now we're threatening knight here, which wins the queen. So the knight has to move, and now we just take the rook. Yeah, some scary stuff for sure. Knight e4. Brilliant. That is a crazy move. White came to play, and yet the computer says it's even. Maybe there's like perpetual or something. It just says take the rook on b1. Free rook. Just hanging out on the back rank. What an attack by white. Really. Just going for it. Takes. King here. Bishop b6. Takes. Check. Back to b6. It likes a4. B takes. What even are these moves, man? Queen here. King to c6. Queen to f3. And king back to b6. And it's a perpetual, you guys. It's a perpetual. Clearly. Ridiculous. Yeah, I mean, that's tricky, dude. To give up the whole rook right like that. And the computer is really saying you have one line to find a perpetual. Like, it's very tricky to play this as white. White's doing it. Black obviously still has to play a perfect defense. But if white goes wrong, black's going to be ahead by a lot. But the same can be said vice versa. If black messes up, they might be getting mated or having to give up their queen. And that really is the ultimate dilemma. That's why it's called double-edged. You're getting cut on both ends. One step in the wrong direction could prove fatality for either side. So they're on the knife's edge right now. Tommaso turn to move with the black pieces. Do you take the free rook? Your opponent just played knight e4. What do they see? Okay, knight d6, clearly. But can't I run with my king? Is there something that I'm missing? This is all running through the head of Tommaso right now. Representing the top board of the host university team. Home crowd advantage. What other games am I missing? Yeah, Emily from Harvard lost her game. So that finally came to an end after she had blundered her knight. And that's a second piece there. So, yeah, lots of danger on f7. So, not Emily's best game. And I think we didn't see her play in the first round. I think that might have been a sub. Or maybe it was their second game and I missed them. Yeah, I don't know. They must have played against Yale, but I might have missed it. I'm not sure. Okay. Here's the German international master up against the 1600. So that's like an 800 point difference, just about. Dr. Seal. Yeah, castle, just bringing the pieces out. What did it not like about this? Bishop f3. Okay, that checks out actually. Knight back, pawns forward, trade, pawn push, trade, queen out, pawn push, trade, rook opposite the queen, castles. Trade of light square bishops. Double and now queen to a5 question mark. Very curious. Because you can pin yourself apparently. Queen e1 is a nice move. But I'm like, why not just go here, you know? Oh, you have to give up something. Probably. So probably not great. But very interesting. Yeah. Bishop d2, rook takes c4. Rook takes c4. It doesn't even want to take the queen. Yeah, not worth the trouble. So this looks like a rough position. Soki Mitsunami from Japan. Let's see, Giuseppe. A London. Both bishops out. Trade bishop for knight. So you lose both bishops. But here's the attack. Opposite side castles. Wow. Queens and one pair of rooks are traded. But white's going... Oh. Okay, the knights were hanging. Okay. What did it not like? What's the move here? A5? That checks out. Yeah, nice sacrifice, winning a pawn there. And yeah, white should mop this up fairly quickly, pretty easily. Okay. We can check back in with Chris versus Josh. Looks like Chris got past a pawn, but it might get tracked down fairly quickly here by the black pieces. It might cost the Fianchetto bishop, though. And this knight's not very happy. Having happy pieces is key, you know. People like to say happy wife, happy life, but I like to say happy pieces, happy life, because I don't have a wife So there's that. And yet I like to think that I'm still happy. Why? Because of my pieces. You got to put your pieces on good squares. I'm telling you, there's not a lot of people that, you know, they're not happy after they lose a chess game. But when you win, it feels good. So part of winning is having good pieces. That's really all that chess is about. It's about making your pieces happy. That's all it is. There's nothing more than that. So, yeah. Chris, it's his turn. He's got to figure out this bishop. It's not happy right now. The rook is attacking it. It doesn't want to be there. So, it's got to move. It's got to leave. Chris is figuring out what square the bishop should go to maximize its happiness. So that's what he's working on currently. He's trying to figure that out. Anyways, there's an interesting idea. We play knight d1. No. Well, to discovery. I don't think so, you guys. This is an interesting position. It's balanced, but it starts with bishop e3. According to the engine, that's where the bishop is the happiest. And then it wants bishop to c5. Wait, what? Oh, that's the second best move. Yeah, I was thinking about discovery, but I don't think it's necessarily that good. Bishop e3 was found. Chris put the bishop where it was happiest. Joy increase. That's right, Savage. You're absolutely right. You're learning. You're taking notes, which is great. Okay. Now this rook is tempted, but the knight's defending, and now this bishop is even further tempted. So what would you do? Would you give up your light square, your fiend cuddled bishop to win the pawn? Maybe. Perhaps. Also, even if you win this pawn, you're losing that pawn, right? So is it worth it? Probably not. This bishop and a rook on the back rank? Yes, please. Also, here's another thing. This bishop's attacking that pawn. Twice, black is attacking that pawn. Only defended once by the knight. So, white's got some loose pawns. Black has a loose pawn. Maybe the bishop has to give itself up for the knight. But maybe black wins the pawns back without having to give the dark square bishop. Also, currently, the position is tied in pawns. And Chris is down a little bit on time, but not by too much. Okay, bringing us back to the top board. Wow, we did not take on b1. And now, instead, we had f6 played. It wanted knight takes c5 here. Wow. Knight takes c5. Knight takes. Hmm. Well, Rookie 1, I suppose. Knight takes c5 was not played. It was knight d6 check. King up, and now bishop to f4, double exclam. Knight e5. Opening up this rook, by the way, and blocking this bishop, perhaps most importantly. Here we need bishop takes, f takes, and now this is kind of a problem, right? Queen takes c5 with check. Queen c6. So, yeah, this is the current position. And yeah, I mean, as the game continues on, these are some passed pawns that could be made. So this is technically already a passed pawn, but I don't know what's better. This is worth a tempo at least. Like computer likes taking the rook better. Speaking of rooks, what's up, rookie? Good to see you. How you doing? We're watching university chess players compete in Italy, of all places. Traveling there from all around the world. Let me give you guys a look at the main playing hall. There you have it. This guy's got a short shirt, like a crop top, almost. Maybe. You tried playing a couple years back. What happened? '95. Yeah, White's thinking a long time here. Thinking about taking actually on c5 with check, which is very tempting, right? Then there's queen c6. Yeah, takes here, takes here. No. What else is going on? I don't know. These guys, they're using their time. They're thinking. This is like a heavyweight matchup for sure. What school did you go to, rookie, again? Ooh, yeah. Snotty James from Harvard. Looks like they're going to be losing as well. We watched this game. Yeah, this was a nice tactic. Wow. I mean, Black, this whole game, it's just tactics, tactics, tactics. Just starting from this position, takes, takes, and now we have takes, takes, takes. Here, sack the exchange back, grab a pawn. So Yeah, black just cooked here, guys. Black cooked. Black got a pawn for free. And then they sack an exchange. They get a second pawn for it. Trade, trade. And now here they get the exchange back. So they're just simply up a pawn at this point. Maybe you could hold on to this, but maybe not. So maybe. I don't know. But yeah, black's completely losing. Or sorry, white's completely losing. Also down 10 minutes. Held to a draw. Okay, nice. Yeah, no, there's no rook a1. You're right. Sniper bishop. Watch out. He'll get you. All right, let's look at the board 2 here from the alma mater. Host University versus France. Looks like Italy's doing well. This is a rook and pawn endgame. Up a pawn for white is pretty solid. This is a great move. Check. Okay. You get to isolate one of white's pawns, but this is always a lovely position for whites to go into the endgame, up a pawn. So looking good for Italy there, and Italy's looking good on board 3 as well against France. That's why I always say the Italian opening is much better than the French defense. Let that be a lesson to you all. Okay. This game, unfortunately, was not an Italian nor a French. That being said, the players had the wrong colors, really. But that's okay. Yeah, here there's an interesting idea. If you take, it's not for free. So you don't take, and now you reside on queen to b3. Bishop comes out. It's the queen. We see some trades. Bishop comes back. Knight goes forward. Queen steps forward. And that's this game. So black has a space advantage and a time advantage and a rating advantage. Niccolo Orfini. You talking about the Gukesh game? Yeah. Munich. That's right. Okay. TU Munich. Did you play against other schools, like over the board? I think Germany does a in-person university championship as of late. Maybe it's not old enough. I'm not sure. I don't know how long they've been running it for. Um, Robots for Brunch. Thanks for the follow. Welcome. I feel like I remember your username. Okay, Ranesh from Cambridge. Not doing too hot against the Turkish player. 1896. So I guess it's true. All the Turkish players are underrated. I mean, this is even board 2. The underrated Turkish player is winning as well. I mean, winning might be a stretch of a word, but they're the favorite according to the engine. Like this was not a good move. So we trade queens. This is yeah, I mean, you could trade one rook. This pawn structure is just bad for white for sure. The library is beautiful. This is University de Bologna in Italy. Rook takes f1, best move. Rook takes f1, not even the best move. It liked king takes f1, slightly better for some reason. Because this, bishop c2, right? Presumably. Interestingly, you could go here. You don't want to blunder that because this. Oh yeah, king steps here. So this is just a good knight versus a bad bishop, basically. But yeah. Rook steps up. You could just play e4, which is nice. See if you can get the rook off the f file and bring your king in. If I were black. Man, what are they feeding these Turkish players? The Turkish delights. Raising the elo. Okay, I take it all back. Denise is getting rocked. But okay, 300, 200 elo difference. Ooh. Black gave up a knight for 2 central pawns. And that's not going to be worth it. Yeah. That being said, all the other Turkish players are just crushing. This guy's 1500 and he's destroying a 1900. Watch out for Turkey. En passant. Queenside Castle. Yeah, Anil Altuner. They know what they're doing. Attack the queen, trade the bishops. Gonna bring the other rook, hit the queen, right? Just knights on perfect squares. Pawns in perfect. I mean, this is like a textbook position. I don't know if I've ever seen a position so pure. But yeah, just up a pawn. Life's good. I wonder if they're gonna trade queens here. No. Yeah, I like rook he1. Computer says it's only the third best move. To this move, knight to d4, played. So you might get the second bishop. It'll be knight versus knight. Trades are good for white because you're up a pawn. Time control is 45 plus 10. It's very interesting. Yeah, of course. Thank you for being here and watching. Appreciate it. Okay, I haven't watched much of Yale yet. Where is Yale? I don't know. Where'd Yale go, guys? Maybe Yale withdrew. Oh, I found him. Nicholas. He's got like no time, but he's crushing. Holy smokes. Nicholas from Yale. He spent all of his time 19 minutes to 30 seconds, you guys. Rook here is a mistake. Threatening mate. And yeah, bishop to c2 is a strong piece. Knight back. Ooh, en passant. En passant. And oh my goodness gracious, the queens. If queen takes queen, you can take the bishop because you're trying to just go here and queen again. So that's a free piece. Here, so that's a free pawn. That's a free pawn. That's a check. That's a check. That's an attack on the queen. Is that not a free bishop, ladies and gentlemen? It is. Huzzah. We've won material. So Nicholas, with less than a minute. Yeah, this is really nice, huh? Check, check, take with tempo on the queen, and now the bishop falls. Yeah, very nice. Major time trouble, but there's 10-second increment, and I think this is winning enough. I think it's winning enough. But yeah, he's trade queens. Right. No. Okay. This also is fair to say. Push. Check is fine as well. What's to do? King over. Queen in. Rook up. Pawn push. Ooh. Bishop takes. Yeah, that's... Ooh. That's going to be the end of that. We might see resigns before checkmate. Plenty of time. Rook here. Okay. Rook here. That's main one. GG. There you go, Nicholas. Putting Yale on the board. I believe that to be Nicholas's first point. Well, I think they are recording notation, maybe just not with less than a certain amount of time on their board. Presumably. Maybe. Not sure. Jake won for Yale as well, I think. We've got a game here. Passed pawn for white. So that looks pretty strong. Up on time as well. Here's a position that black is doing really well in. So let's see. Yeah, it takes, doubles the pawns. Yeah, white gets their pawns doubled, but also isolated, drops a pawn. Yeah, black picks up a rook. And they have back rank issues. Trade off one pair. And now black is up in exchange plus a pawn. So it's pretty good. Pretty good. Connor Clark won from Oxford, I believe. And we've got, yeah, Cambridge versus Turkey. I think Turkey is going to win that one pretty convincingly. All the underrated Turkish players are just dominating, except for Denise or Dennis. Oh, this is going to be game over quite quickly. I would have gone maybe something else. I don't know. Maybe it doesn't matter. But yeah, I liked the king opposite the bishop. I would have played something like this. Yeah, 94 is just mate in 5. Would have been much stronger. You're threatening this as well. So, okay. Let's look at this top board. This was the crazy game. So bishop f4, 95, bishop takes, pawn takes, queen takes, queen block, knight check, king over. Queen takes pawn is a mistake. What needed to happen was queen takes e5, not with check. So here king up is a mistake. Should have gone back to e8. Knight check is another mistake. King d6. And now the rook gets saved. But now there's this move, queen takes c7. So here there needs to be queen to a4, apparently. That's crazy. That's crazy. Queen a4 is the only move? Wait. Queen a4 if takes, knight d4 check. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, the queen's just hanging. Queen a4 is not an easy move to find. That's why this is a miss. That's why it wants you to go to e8, I guess. But this check is a miss. Because now you lose a piece. So yeah, the FIDE master up a whole bishop. But for 2 pawns, it's still some. I mean, this king is very exposed, but I think there's enough pieces around nearby to keep him safe. And it's hard for this rook to get in. This is such a strong setup for black. So finally, white couldn't tiptoe the line, and we see a blunder. Essentially, it was this knight c7 check move. Here, instead, what needed to be played, as we pointed out, was not a tricky move. or not an easy move. It was a tricky move. Queen to a4, threatening the old knight d4 discovery fork. Which Turkish? So if you go to the events page, they have a link. The Turkish school is called, I think it's Bogazici University. Anyways, looking at this top board, let's look at the players. So here they are. Italy versus France. Yeah, it's not easy. I think White played a very passionate, aggressive game, but they just weren't able to keep following the best moves. It's hard. So FIDE Master coming out on top. This was very very aggressive here from White. This is where we were debating who's better, White or Black. And the computer likes White. Like, this move wasn't great. This move was great. This move it didn't like, which is like counterintuitive, honestly. This move is just ridiculous, right? Hanging the rook entirely just for this attack. Black didn't even take the rook, but it just goes to show how double-edged the position is. It's very tough. Either side could fail at any moment, and I just think in the long run it was easier to play as Black. It's difficult for White to keep the attack going because they're throwing everything they have, and so it sort of can dwindle down. And in this position, what it came down to was this move, knight c7, because it blunders a piece. Both your rook and your knight are hanging. So you save the rook, and now you lose the knight. Now you're down a piece. That being said, White's not giving up just yet. Both players less than 3 minutes on their clock. And there's a couple of pawns for that bishop. So both players still have ideas. So a3 played. White's trying to stir up some trouble. b3 is kind of a cold move, just ignoring it. And yeah, this should be a win again. 2 for 2. The FIDE Master from Bologna. And there he is with the black pieces, about to make his move. He's thinking about it, contemplating. What's he want? He's going to push his pawn, or he's going to take? He takes. B takes a3. Played on the board. Now queen takes with check. The game's not over. Exposed king can be the source of many tactics. So the king steps to d5, controlling the center of the board, leading the way. Yeah, that's actually one of the pieces for the boards. It's a spare queen. Just kidding. Imagine. There's also a column to the right that could be a rook, actually. It could be an even larger rook. Hard to tell. Hard to say. Apparently, Italy has a lot of bishops, and maybe like a guy that's in charge of all the bishops called a pope. It's like a special chess piece. Anyways. Queen to c3. Yeah, I don't really know. I guess there's like b3 as an idea. So yeah, rook to b8 puts the stop to that. And maybe the rook comes to b3. Computer does not like this move. How dare you pin the bishop to the king? Now, what happens here? Honestly, rook b3 is a blunder now, actually, because of rook takes bishop. That's actually what the threat is. It's just the queen's going to be hanging, actually. So white's trying, white's fighting, but it's not quite catching the FIDE master off guard. 1 minute to just under 2 minutes. Tommaso. You think he goes by Thomas or Tommy or Tom? I don't think I've heard of Tommaso. All right, 30 seconds for Madian. Yeah, this Italian team is doing really well against the French. I think it's a 4-0 sweep. The bottom 2 boards, the Italians won. The top 2 boards, the Italians are winning. So the host country team doing a great job. Okay, b3. b3 makes some amount of sense. You can't really take it, even with the rook, because as we pointed out, there's rook takes d3. Or is there? Rook takes, just move the king, maybe? Do you think that works? He's got a minute to calculate. Wow, it's actually the only winning move for black. So I missed that, personally. You should take. Like, the more I look at it, the more it makes sense, but the question is, will Tommaso see it with less than a minute on his clock? He's got his hand on his head. He's done it. He calculated. Rook takes, and now rook takes. Moves the king, and oh my god, is this a draw? Is this what you call a fortress? What did he need to do? He needed to take on d3 is the move. Wow. That's what I thought too, but that's actually a huge mistake. Queen takes b3. You get the pawn, and now you're setting up for a fortress. Rook e3, and there's no infiltration. Chess 24 with a huge raid. What's up, Akshansh? Good to see you. Shout out to AK. Shout out to Chess 24. Hello and welcome, everyone. We just watched a queen sacrifice to create a fortress. This player up against a FIDE master with the white pieces. He's shocked everyone. Look at this sequence. I mean, white is down a piece. b3. The idea is that if rook takes, and if pawn takes, then the rook falls with check. But black calls out the bluff and says, I'm going to go ahead and take anyways, give up the bishop, because now instead of taking the rook, I'm going to move my king, and now you're skewered. But then white calls this out as a mistake, because now the absolutely mind-boggling, incredible queen takes b3 sacrifice leads to a fortress. There's no way the queen, pawn, and king can make a dent on this structure. Uh-oh. I take it all back. Time makes a fool of us all. That one simple F pawn push, and now black can break through. There's no longer a fortress. You think white plays for a win? Absolutely not. Wait, what just happened? They're setting up the board again. I missed it. They agreed to a draw? Was it threefold? Did they repeat? Oh my goodness. Ladies and gentlemen. Members of the jury. This was a roller coaster game. Let me take you through the start of this. This was absolutely chaos on the board. We start with a knight sacrifice to win a knight. So there's already a pawn advantage for white. Opposite side castles. We have b4 attacking the knight. And so we don't move the knight. We play rook b1, sacrificing the knight. You can't take. So the queen moves aside. And now you think, okay, well, now the knight's under attack. No, we take here first, attacking that knight. And so now black takes our bishop. So we take the bishop back. No, we push onwards, attacking the rook and the bishop. And so black does something about that. No, they take the rook here. And so now we take the bishop back. No, we play queen d5, threatening everything. And so now bishop takes, we take, attacking the rook, so we save the rook. No, we save the bishop, attacking that rook. And so white saves this rook. No, they take the rook here, takes back, and now they take this rook. No, they move the knight here, giving up the rook entirely for free. So we take the rook. No, we play f6, and then we get checked, and now we save the bishop. Double exclam, lining up discoveries. And now knight here takes, and now we take the pawn with check, block. We give another check. We take another pawn with check. King steps up, and now there's only one move here that holds for white. And it's queen to a4, threatening knight d4, fork discovery on the queen. But no, we give knight c7 check, blundering, because finally now the rook and the knight are both hanging. White saves the rook but loses the knight. And so it looks like black is winning up a whole piece. But no, we finally have the final tactic that I just showed you all as you rated in. Pawn to b3 gets taken, and the winning idea that the FIDE master missed was that you simply just take on d3. It's okay to lose this piece because this pawn is going to break through. Queen to c4, and there's no way. Queen to c2. You get checked. You can go up, and eventually this pawn will win you the game. Presumably. Did you catch all of that? This was ridiculous. Yeah, I thought this was smart because you're winning material. But no. You get blockaded by the rook and pawn. But the problem here is that this guy pushed the f pawn. This was a mistake because now your structure is damaged. It's ruined. And now black has enough to infiltrate and to break through. But they repeated. They just shuffled and they agreed to a draw. So they were stressed out. What a ridiculous game. This is only round 2 out of 5. What was the right way to play the forges? Don't push the F pawn, just move your king. After the check, you just go down. If you get checked again, guess what? Now you go up. You go back and you're not going to make progress, right? So the king can't enter. After this, if you go here, then we play g4 check, rook g3. Oh my goodness. And then we go back to e3. So now the rook really is cutting you off. This pawn will never be able to stop the rook from going to either of these two squares. What's up, Halvard? Good to see you. Okay. There are a handful of other games going on still. Oh my god. Dude, this international master is just absolutely been struggling. This could be the biggest upset. This could be a draw. The player from Dublin taking on the player from Germany. So for those of you who've stuck around and are curious about what on earth this tournament is, let me show you the playing hall. This is in Italy, Bologna, Italy, at University of Italy, or of Bologna. And this is an invitational tournament for university teams. There are 18 universities represented from all around the world. There are 2 from the US, Yale and Harvard. There are 2 from Ireland, both in Dublin. There's a few from the Netherlands. There's a team from France, from Germany, from Sweden. There are teams from Italy, of course, but also there's a team from Japan. So this is a really cool event. This is, I believe, the second year that they've done it. And I am happy to share the event with the Collegiate Chess League, which is starting in the deadline is a week from yesterday, so in 6 days. So September 18th. If you are a university student, please be sure to register and join. It is also a team event, but it's online. So anyone is welcome to play. And you don't have to be an international master. Even if you are, apparently, doesn't mean that you're going to win all your games, because this guy from Dublin is 1600, and yet he's holding his own against an international master. So let's see how this game unfolds. Trade the bishop. Yeah, queen d2, pinning the rook. They take this, we take that. We've doubled their pawns. Attack the bishop, bring the king in. Trade. King steps up even more. Rook here is a blunder. Pinning this bishop. This could be dangerous. Pawn here is a blunder. White is winning. Just up a whole bishop. Oh, but this isn't ideal either, apparently. So it's a bishop versus a pawn. Okay, white's finally tracking the pawn down, but it's just going to be a draw. But, I mean, white was winning. White won a whole piece. This is crazy. But yeah, it should just be a draw. White could try to play for the win. And probably they should. This guy might even flag, honestly. Take. Definitely take. Yeah. You could block. Yeah. Check. Force the king back. Yes. Bishop here. And then here. Yeah. Watch the international master blunder this. It's a time scramble. King e4. Yes. Maybe bishop here, maybe not. I don't know. I mean, it's a draw for sure, but you should still try. There's a check. I don't know. Rook goes somewhere. Rook here I like actually a lot. This is a good move. Low time. Rook swings down. Let's see if there are any other games. The first round had all the rivalry matches. It was the Dublin schools. It was the Ivy League schools. Oh my god, rook check. Rook check. The king has to go to the back rank. If you step up, you're getting skewered. So now, yeah, bring the rook over, and now you're trying to walk the king and the bishop up. Bishop here. And now the king has a path. It's still a draw. There's a technique to draw this. And if anyone would know, it'd be the international master. But this guy has been absolutely shaky this whole time. Even in the first round, it was like completely even until the very end. The IM finally broke through. Okay, rook trying to blockade the king, which makes sense. Halvard knows. Rook over. Can we bring the king around? Okay, the rook goes the other way now. Okay, but the rook can't stay on this side. So the rook goes here. Now we go here. And now we want to come here. Oh my god. This looks so scary. It's winning. King here, and now if you get checked, you can block. What's up, Houseline? Shout out to Houseline. Houseline will be commentating this tomorrow. Unless he chooses not to. But, oh my god, you guys, we are witnessing the death of an international master. How do you break this through now? Rook c7. Or why not rook b7? Rook b7 is also good. It's a forced mate in 21. Does Eamon Kearney see it? This would be the game of a lifetime if you could pull this off. It's not easy, bro. It's made 21. Okay, just yeah, rook anywhere. Okay, so you don't check because of this, but you can go rook over. I don't know, guys. Wait, there's only one good move now. Rook f7. Okay, yeah. What are we doing here? Come on. What are they? Go back. Rook, swing it. What is this guy doing, man? I don't even know. Are they watching the game? Is that what this game is? What is this? What is going on, people? Hold on. I'm working on something here. Hmm. They might hit the 50 move rule. Hopefully this is a better view. This is, I think, the last game of the day. Ah, they're gonna call draw. No, White couldn't find the mate in 20, you guys. Who here saw it? This is the last capture. Let's see, where was it? All the way down here. This is move 70. So they have until move 120. Oh, it's main 4 with rook g1. I didn't see it. I don't know. Rook h1 or rook g1. And what's the idea? King here. Check. You get a check here, but no, I still don't see it. Rook h1. Really? It's that bad? What if this? Rook to b1. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh my word. The IM is wanting to lose, you guys. Yes, you can, Jesse. I've seen you do your puzzle tactics. Look at the guy. He's got his hands. What are they telling? Are they saying it's a draw? What are they doing? The guy leaves. He's astonished at himself. I don't understand. They're looking at the score sheets, pausing the clock. I am stressing out, bro. This guy, he might get stripped of his title. I don't know. I think Halvard wants to play him. What are they doing? They are they resetting something? Wait. I have the players mixed up. The IM is on the other side of the table. It's the 1600 that's stressing out, bro. That makes a lot more sense. This guy is like, oh my god, I gotta beat this guy. Oh my word. Oh, you see the look on the IM's face. He's like, I can't believe I'm playing like this right now. This is ridiculous. They gotta hit the books, bro. They're gonna go back and study. I mean, they're in a perfect place for it. Someone find the chess section. 100 end games you should know. I mean, I don't know it, so anyways, the guy he has to live 20 more moves. And it's the forced mate is in 24. But he did blunder a mate in 4. So who knows? Rook over. I would have gone here. Right? Because then that would have been mate. Okay, he's got to go here and then try b7. Right? What do you do after rook b7? Oh, rook c2. Okay. So what does it want? It wants rook c4. Rook c4, it wants check and mate. Everyone's watching this game. Bro's got less than 20 seconds. Can't even look. Bro's stressing. Okay, he's played rook c3, which is a great move. Oh, it's main 3, dude. Bishop f6. He's played it. He's gonna get him. The IM is gonna go down. Oh my god, he sits back in his chair. IM can't believe it. Oh my word. He's accepted it. Check and handshake. Wow. That's like an 800-point difference. The 1600. Eamon Kearney from Dublin takes down international master 2400 from Germany, Dr. Seal. Incredible. I mean, what a game. And yeah, this guy, he's got to be livid. Just upset at himself. I mean, there's so many different ways that you could have played differently, and yet it ended in this way. Rook and bishop versus rook, in theory, should be a draw. There is a defense, but it's not something that you normally see or practice. But obviously, it's important. So, I mean, even in this end position here, bringing the rook here, he should see this check, right? He should probably play something to try to pin, right? Rook e2, or even king e8 is an idea, so you can block the check with the rook, or that this isn't a check. Even in the end, there's definitely some resistance. And as I had mentioned, the last capture was on move 70. So 50 moves puts you at 120. This position is over move 100, and the best defense gives you mate in 23. So even this is still holdable, even though it's technically losing for black. White didn't have enough moves. So yeah, that was definitely a crazy game to end on. And that concludes day number 1 of 3 for this event. There are 3 more rounds. There's going to be 2 more tomorrow, so be sure to tune in. You don't want to miss them. They'll be starting at 4 a.m. Eastern. So shout out to all the international audience members, and shout out to all the crazy Americans that are going to stay up way too late or wake up early to watch round 3 tomorrow. That being said, I personally will not be commentating at that hour. We will actually be having Houseline, Matt, covering rounds 3 and round 5. I will be back for round 4 tomorrow, and I hope to see you all then. You guys are all awesome and amazing. I appreciate the follows, the support, and again, major reminder, the Collegiate Chess League will have its registration deadline next week on Thursday. That's September 18th. So if you are a university student and you enjoyed watching this, or you want to compete, try to register a team. Reach out to us. Let us know. Shout out to the Collegiate Chess League. And I will send you all off on a raid. So thank you all for watching, and stick around. We'll see who's on for us to raid next. All right. Thanks, everyone. Take care.